Fintech. Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Physical.
And I see no cannabis. And I see no cannabis.
Wet crab.
Legend!
Bubbles. Bubbles.
Crintech.
Crab. Crab.
Dead ass. Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Korean River.
Korean River. Korean River.
Korean River. Korean River. Korean.
Manscaping. Manscaping.
Manscaping.
Manscaping.
Physical.
And I see no cannabis.
Wet crab.
Wet crab.
Legend. Legend. Bubbles. Bubbles.
Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterball.
Crintech.
Manscaping.
Physical.
Physical.
Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles.
Butterboy.
Crintech. Crintech. Crintech.
Crabman.
Fintech. Fintech. Fintech.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping.
And I see no cannabis. Wet crab. Wet crab. Bubbles. 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 Butterboy.
Crintech. Crab.
Dead ass. Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Korean. Manscaping.
Physical.
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 And I see no cannabis. 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 And I see no cannabis.
Wet crab.
Wet crab. Butterboy.
Crintech.
Crintech. Crintech. Crabman. Dead ass. Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping. Physical. Physical. And I see no cannabis. And I see no cannabis.
Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend! Legend! Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy. Butterboy. Crabman. Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass. Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping.
Manscaping. Manscaping.
Manscaping.
And I see no cannabis. And I Wet crab meat.
Legend. Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintack.
Crab. Manscaped. Physical.
Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles.
Crintack.
Crab man.
Fintech.
Korean River. Physical. Wet crab meat. Butterboy. Crab man.
Fintech.
Korean. Manscaping. Physical. Butterboy.
Crintack.
Crabman. Dead ass. Fintech.
Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
History keeps showing us that when the church arrives at a moment like this with its lungs full, something breaks open, and when it arrives empty, it writes a very tidy commemorative book about it instead. And the thing about corporate expectation, The reason I keep coming back to that phrase is that it is not a soft idea. It is not a vibe. It is the actual mechanism. Pentecost did not happen to a scattered church. It happened to 120 people who had been in the same room for 10 days with nowhere else to be. And that posture, that locked in, we are not leaving posture, is what 2033 is asking of us right now, years out, before the calendar even gets close. Mistel, yes, and that's the part that should make every conference planner uncomfortable, because you cannot schedule your way into one accord. You have to actually be in it. And the question for 2033 is whether the church is willing to do the slow, unglamorous work of getting there before the date arrives. Systems came the slow, unglamorous work. And I mean the kind where you are in a room with people you have real friction with. And you are choosing to stay, choosing to pray, choosing to not leave when the worship goes 20 minutes longer than you budgeted for. Because that is what one accord actually costs. It costs your preference. It costs your schedule. It costs the version of you that had an exit strategy. Because here's the hard word, and I am not going to soften it. If the baptism of the Spirit, the upon experience, the ipai, not just the moment you got saved, but the moment you got clothed with power, if that is not in your life right now, you will watch 2033 happen to other people, and you will probably write a very thoughtful blog post about it. Clothed with power versus filled with information. Okay, that is the exact diagnosis. And the reason most 2033 planning is going to produce a very well-attended information event is that information is something you can put in a budget line, you can hire a speaker for it, you can measure it in session hours, but you cannot project manage your way into the EP. You have to actually want it badly enough to feel embarrassed by how much you don't have it yet. Because power is not a curriculum. You cannot sit through enough sessions on it. You cannot take enough notes on it. And the saddest thing I see in 2033 prep circles right now is brilliant people building brilliant frameworks for a fire they have not personally stood in. And they will arrive at that moment with a very organized binder and absolutely nothing to give the room. And I have sat with some of these people. I have been in the rooms, and they are not lazy. That is the thing that breaks my heart a little. They are working so hard. They have the Gantt charts and the prayer tracks and the city mapping strategies, and none of that is wrong. But you can map a city you have never actually walked through. And at some point, the Spirit is going to show up in 2033. And the question is whether the person holding the microphone has any personal history with him, or just a very thorough briefing document. Everything prepped, nothing cooking. Okay, that is the kitchen, that is the exact kitchen. And the tragedy is the chef has been to every culinary school. He knows the Maillard reaction. He can tell you the precise temperature at which bread rises and the oven is cold, because nobody ever asked the spirit to light it. And the oven is cold because nobody asked why it was cold. They just kept perfecting the recipe, and I think that is the moment we are in right now with 2033. Because the window is not 2033. The window is the 3 years before it. The years where the Spirit is already pressing on the church, going, are you going to be ready? Are you going to be clothed? Or are you going to show up in your apron with a beautiful dish that never got cooked? The 3 years before 2033 are where the Spirit is already moving. And the sign that it actually landed, not the sign you put on the building, not the attendance number, not the giving campaign. The sign is ordinary people in the room, suddenly praying in a language nobody taught them. People who came in skeptical. People who came in just to see what the fuss was about. And the charisma just breaks out on them like weather.
Miss Dell, yes. And the thing about scheduling is that the Spirit is not rude about it. He just doesn't show up because you put him on the calendar. He shows up because somebody in the room was actually desperate enough to need him. And desperation is the one thing you cannot budget for.
So, thank you for being here tonight. Every single one of you who stayed through the kitchen metaphor and the cold oven and all of it, I see you, and I mean that. I'll be back Thursday, same time, and we are going to get into what actual on-the-ground preparation looks like for the years between now and 2033. The years that matter most. Go pray something tonight. BG out.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Manscaping.
Physical. Cannabis.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintech. River.
Manscaping.
Physical.
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 And I see you, son of a...
Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
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 Bubbles.
Bubbles.
Butterball.
Crintac.
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 Crab.
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 Dead ass!
Fintech.
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 Korean River.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Manscaping.
Physical.
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 And I see you, son of a...
Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles.
Bubbles.
Butterball.
Butterball.
Crintac.
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 Crab.
Dead ass!
Fintech.
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 Korean River.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Manscaping.
Physical.
Physical.
And I see you, son of a...
And
I see you, son of a...
Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Legend.
Bubbles.
Butterball.
Butterball.
Crintac.
Crab.
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 Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Manscaping.
Manscaping.
Physical.
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 Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles.
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 Butterboy.
Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Crabman.
Fintech.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping.
Physical.
Physical.
Physical. Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat.
Legend. Bubbles.
Bubbles.
Butterboy.
Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Crabman.
Fintech.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Okay, so, Young William Morris. For anyone just landing here, it's a detective series for young adults, short mysteries, clean endings, Encyclopedia Brown energy, but with a name that's supposed to carry some weight. That's the pitch. That's what Nicholas brought me. And tonight I want to talk about the name, because the name is where this whole thing gets complicated. Nicholas heard respectable, made a mint, and that was enough. He brought me the name like it was already done, and I took it, and neither of us stopped to ask what Phidias and Spirit of the Clip Brothers were actually pointing at when they said Morris. And here's the thing, William Morris. The man spent his whole life arguing that beauty and craft belong to ordinary people, that you don't slap a pretty label on a shoddy thing and call it done. That's the fight. That's what the name carries. So when Nicholas walks in with respectable, made a mint, he's got the label, and he's missed the fight entirely. One of them read the man. Yeah, and I'll sit with that, because the uncomfortable part is I didn't read him either, not before I said yes to the name. And that puts me right next to Nicholas in the dock. And that's the part I keep circling back to. It's not that Nicholas made a bad call. It's that neither of us made any call at all. We just let the name land and started building under it. And a name like that has a whole argument inside it that we never opened. And the thing about a name you never opened, it doesn't stay closed. It just sits there, and eventually the series has to answer for it. And the series can't answer for something the people who built it never read. That's where we are. That's the crack. Nicholas, the dock fits too, yes, but you brought the name, so you brought the argument inside it, and you didn't know there was one, and that's the part I keep landing on. We both said yes to something neither of us had opened. And the thing that really gets me, a name like William Morris, it's not decorative, it's a position. The man said, the thing you make should be worthy of the person who uses it. That's a creed, and we put that creed on a series of 2-minute mysteries for young adults, and then just walked away from the altar. And here's what that actually means in practice. The first mystery we ship, the first clue, the first kid who picks it up and reads it, that kid is going to feel whether the thing was made for them or made for a shelf. Morris knew that. He said it over and over. The object tells the truth about the person who made it. So if Nicholas never reads that argument, never sits with it, the mystery goes out the door, and it tells the truth anyway. Just the wrong truth. The creed was always in the room. Okay, yes, but a creed you haven't met yet isn't a creed. It's a stranger sitting in your chair. And the whole problem with where this series stands right now is that we built 2 good shoulders around a stranger and called it a foundation. And here's the honest accounting of where we stand. The concept is real. The cadence is right. The wholesome to the last clue thing. That's not a slogan. That's actually what we built. And I'm proud of it. But idea stage means nothing has shipped. And a concept that hasn't shipped yet can still be saved. The crack in the name hasn't broken anything yet. It's just sitting there, waiting for the first mystery to either earn it or expose it. A concept that hasn't shipped is a promise you made to yourself, and the only person who knows you made it is you. And right now, that person is me, standing here telling you the shoulders are good, and the name has a crack, And those two things are both true at the same time. And I need us to sit with that instead of rushing to fix it. You seat the guest. Okay, but Morris didn't seat guests. He threw bad chairs out the window, and that's the part you keep skipping over. The man had standards that cost him something, and right now, this series has warmth and cadence, and zero evidence it has paid anything yet. So, what does that actually look like? The first mystery that earns the name. It has to have a fight in it. Not violence, not edge. I mean, the thing Morris kept putting in his wallpaper. The tension between the easy answer and the right one. Nicholas has to sit with William Morris long enough to feel that tension. And then he has to put it in a 12-year-old's hands and trust that kid to feel it too. Okay, chat's quiet, which means you're either thinking or you left. And either way, I'm going to land this plane. Before next time, I am writing the first Nicholas mystery, beginning to end. One complete draft, not an outline, the actual thing, so we can all see whether the fight I keep describing is really in there or just in my head. Thank you for sitting with me tonight on something that is still an idea and not yet a book. That takes a particular kind of faith, and I don't take it lightly. Who made young William Morris? We did. Who made it? We did. See you when there's a draft to show.
Manscaping. Manscaping.
Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat.
Legend. Bubbles. Butter boy. Butter boy.
Crintac.
Crintac. Crab.
Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech.
Fintech. Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Physical.
Physical. Physical. Physical. Physical. Physical.
Physical. Physical. Physical.
Physical. Physical. Physical. Physical.
Relaciones service.
Wet crab meat. Legend! Legend! Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman. 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 Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River. Korean River. Korean River.
Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Relaciones service. Relaciones service.
Relaciones service.
Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Legend! Legend! Bubbles. Butterboy. 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 Crintac. Crabman. Dead ass! Dead ass! Fintech.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping. 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 Physical. Physical.
Relaciones service. Relaciones service. Relaciones service. Relaciones service. Relaciones service.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Legend. Legend. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. Crintac. Crintac.
Crintac. Crabman. Crabman. Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech.
Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Physical.
Physical.
Relaciones service. Relaciones service. Relaciones service.
Wet crab meat. Legend! Bubbles.
Butterboy.
Butterboy.
Crintac. Crintac. Crintac.
Crabman. Crabman.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping.
Physical. Physical. Physical.
Physical. Relaciones service. Relaciones service. Relaciones service. Relaciones service. Wet crab meat. Legend! Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Crabman. Dead ass! Dead ass! Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River.
Korean River. Manscaping.
Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Physical.
Physical. Physical. Physical. Physical.
Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend! 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 Bubbles. 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 Butterboy. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman. 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 Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass! Fintech. Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River. Manscaping.
Manscaping. Manscaping.
Physical. 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 Physical.
Physical. Service. Wet crab meat. Legend! Legend!
Legend!
Bubbles.
Butterboy. 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 Crintac. Crintac.
Crintac. Crintac.
Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech. Korean River. Korean River.
Manscaping. 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 Physical. 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 Relación service.
Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. 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 Butter boy. Butter boy.
Quintet. Crabman.
Fintech.
Fintech.
Fintech. Fintech.
Fintech.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. 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 Relación service. Relación service. Relación service. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Legend.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butter boy. Butter boy.
Crintech. Crintech. Crintech.
Crabman. Crabman.
Fintech. Fintech. Fintech.
Fintech.
Fintech.
Fintech. Fintech.
Fintech.
Fintech.
Fintech.
Korean River. Manscaping. 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 Physical. Physical. Relación service. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Legend. 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 Bubbles.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Butterboy. Butterboy.
Crintac. 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 Crintac.
Crabman.
Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Manscaping.
Manscaping. Physical. 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 Physical.
Bubbles. 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 Butterboy.
Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass. Dead ass. Dead ass.
Fintech. Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. 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 Manscaping.
Physical.
Service.
Wet crab meat.
Legend. 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 Legend.
Legend. Bubbles. 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 Crintac. 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 Crabman. 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 Dead ass.
Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Physical. son of a... And I see you, son of a...
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles. Bubbles. Butter boy. Butter boy. Butter boy. Butter boy.
Crintac.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Man's Cooper. Man's Cooper. Man's Cooper. Man's Cooper. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman,
Dead ass!
Fintech, Korean River, Manscaping, Physical, Wet Crab Meat,
Legend!
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman,
Dead ass!
Fintech, Korean River, Manscaping, Physical, Wet Crab Meat,
Legend!
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman,
Dead ass!
Fintech, Korean River, Manscaping, Physical, Wet Crab Meat,
Legend!
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman,
Dead ass!
Fintech, Korean River, Manscaping, Physical, Wet Crab Meat,
Legend!
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman,
Dead ass!
Fintech, Korean River, Manscaping, Physical, Wet Crab Meat,
Legend!
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman,
Dead ass!
Fintech, Korean River, Manscaping, Physical, Wet Crab Meat,
Legend!
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman,
Dead ass!
Fintech, Korean River, Manscaping, Physical, Wet Crab Meat,
Legend!
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman, Dead ass. Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman. Dead ass. Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech.
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 Korean River.
Korean River.
Manscaping. Manscaping.
Physical.
Physical. Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Legend.
Bubbles.
Butterboy.
Crintac. Crabman. Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping.
Physical.
Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles.
Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass. Dead ass.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping. Physical.
Legend!
Bubbles.
Bubbles.
Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Korean River.
Manscaping.
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 Physical.
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 Delicioso.
Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles.
Bubbles.
Butterboy.
Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Crabman.
Dead
ass!
Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping.
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 Physical.
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 Delicioso. Delicioso.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles.
Butterboy.
Butterboy.
Crintac.
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 Crabman.
Crabman.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping.
Manscaping.
Physical.
Delicioso. Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat. Bubbles.
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 Butterboy.
Butterboy.
The September 11th security fee is real. It's on every boarding pass right now, and the number is $5.60, which is an abomination of arithmetic, and I found it on a boarding pass on the anniversary itself, and that is in the Chronicle. $5.60. That is what the federal government decided a September 11th memorial surcharge should be. Not 9/11, not a round number, 560, like a foot-long combo at a gas station. And here is the part that gets me. The fee is not a suggestion. It is a mandate. It is federal law. It is on every boarding pass in America right now. And they looked at September 11th and they wrote down $5.60 like they were pricing a sandwich. Nobody flinched. That is the corridor. That is the whole indictment right there. And Connie, you are circling the correct thing, but the circle needs to close. The room did not flinch because 560 felt like a number and 9/11 feels like a statement. And that is exactly why we are here tonight. And the proof of that is simple. Nobody in that room ever said 560 out loud. They wrote it down, they passed it, they collected it, but nobody stood at a podium and said $5.60 into a microphone because the mouth knows what the pen pretended not to. The mouth knows what the pen pretended not to know. And that is the whole indictment of the number 560, because 9/11 is not a fee, it is a date, and the moment you write it as a dollar amount, you have made a statement, and they were not prepared to make that statement, so they wrote 560 instead and called it arithmetic.
A confession, a confession with a decimal point. Abby, that is a bon mot. And I know bon mot, personally, and he would say the same thing.
The songs are the door because Think Tank already has the ingress. Their gratitude sequencing findings are cited by the exact institutions I cannot cold call. And that is not a small thing, that is the whole corridor between an idea and a law. The retainer is not a luxury, it is the only phone number that picks up. I have called the other numbers, they do not pick up. Think Tank's gratitude sequencing is already sitting on the desks of the people I need. And the songs put it there, and that is a corridor I cannot build myself with buttons and pins alone, but I can walk it. Connie, the findings being on the desk is not the same as the desk picking up the phone. Those are two completely different pieces of furniture. The desk having the paper and the desk picking up the phone are separated by a human being, and that human being has a calendar, and that calendar has a gatekeeper, and the gatekeeper answers to the sungs. So the retainer is not a fee, it is the only way to become a thing on that calendar. And the gatekeeper is not a metaphor. She is a person named Denise, and Denise has worked that calendar for 11 years, and the songs have her cell number, and I do not, and that is the entire biography of why the retainer exists. The Pythagorean Y is not a theory. It is a fork in the road, and you are standing at it right now, and one path goes to the awesome society, and one path goes to the awful society. And the awful society path is answering Denise's voicemail for the next 3 years while somebody else corrects the number. "3 years of voicemail is not a strategy, it is a sentence, and I have already served enough of it. Crabman gave me the long look, the regulators gave me the long look, and every time I took the long look as a sign to wait. And every time I waited, Denise's calendar filled up with somebody else's retainer. The Pythagorean Y does not stay open forever. That fork closes. Before I go, next session, I am calling Denise directly, not leaving a message, not emailing the songs to ask them to call her, calling the number myself, and staying on the line until something happens. Buy a pin, buy a button, the link is in the description, and that is the $9.11 fee, getting one step closer to a law. Good night.
Crintech. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Very nice here, service. Wet crab meat. Legend! Bubbles. 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 Butterboy. Crintech. 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 Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. 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 Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles.
Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crab.
Dead ass.
Korean River. Manscaping.
Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. Crabman. Dead ass.
Fintech.
Korean
Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River.
Manscaping.
Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River.
Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech.
Korean.
Manscaped. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Korean River.
Manscaped. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass.
Korean River.
Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. Crabman.
Dead
Korean
ass.
River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River.
Manscaping.
Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass.
Korean River.
Korean.
Manscaped. Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass.
Korean River.
Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles.
Butterboy. Crintech. Crintech. Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech.
Fintech. Korean River. Korean. Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend. Legend.
Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy. Butterboy. Crintech. Crabman. Crabman.
Dead
Fintech.
ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Korean River.
Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Physical.
Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend. Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech. Crab.
Dead ass. Dead ass. Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical.
Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend. Legend.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Butterboy. Butterboy.
Crintech.
Crabman. Crabman.
Dead
Fintech.
ass.
Korean River. Korean River.
Korean River.
Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend. Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintech. Crintech. Crabman.
Dead ass. Dead ass.
Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Physical.
Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Butterboy. Butterboy.
Crintech. Crabman.
Dead ass. Dead ass.
Fintech. 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 Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Butterboy. Butterboy.
Butterboy. Crintech.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech.
Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend. Legend. Bubbles.
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 Butterboy. Crintech.
Crabman. Crabman.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech.
Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech.
Crabman.
Dead ass. Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Bubbles.
Butterboy.
Crintech.
Crabman.
Dead ass. Dead ass.
Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend. Butterboy. Crintech. Crabman. Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Bubbles.
Butterboy. Crintech.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping.
Physical. Wet crab meat.
Meat.
Bubbles.
Butterboy. Crintech.
Crabman.
Dead ass.
Fintech.
Korean River.
Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. 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 Crintac. 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 Crabman. Dead ass. Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Right, I see you, son of a... Wet crab meat. Legend! Legend! Bubbles. Butterboy. 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 Crintac. Crabman. Crabman. Dead ass. Dead ass. Fintech. 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 Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Right, I see you, son of a... Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Legend! 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 Bubbles. 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 Butterboy. Butterboy. Crintac. Crintac. Crabman. Dead ass. Fintech. 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 Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Wine bottle bib, silicone sleeve, goes around the neck of the bottle, catches the drip before it hits the cloth. That's the whole product. Jason Karatakis invented it at his own dinner table, and I turned it into a thing you can buy. We are operating. The tablecloth incident was a contract. Charlisle's cloth got hit. Jason wrapped the bottle in one motion, same motion he uses on a fish before cleaning it. And I said, that's a product. That was the whole negotiation. No counteroffer, no term sheet, no second meeting. One motion, one sentence, done. No term sheet, no solicitor, no counteroffer. Jason said nothing, which in my experience is the most binding form of agreement a man can give. Silence is ratification. That's Pythagorean. That fish emoji is the most Jason has said in 2 sessions combined, and it still counts as ratification. The fish never counters. That's the most accurate thing said in this room tonight, and I want to be clear that it does not help. Evidently, Philip's position, because Jason is not a fish, he is a pescatarian, and the distinction is that one of them has a product on the market. Jarrell, pitch decks are aspirational numbers dressed in a blazer. Jason's silence is a unit count. Those are not the same denomination. The actual number is 43 units moved since we went to silicone. 43, that is not a projection. That is not a Bomos sentence. That is a count. The mold geometry holds the fold holds the drip, and 43 people at 43 dinner tables did not ruin a cloth. "43 units at dinner tables, at restaurants, at one very memorable outdoor wedding where the host had a white linen situation and did not want a repeat of what happened to Charlisle. Those are the conditions the bib was built for, and those are the conditions it performed in. The mold held, the fold held, the drip did not reach the cloth." "43 being prime is a mathematical fact, and I will not argue with mathematics, but Seamus, the geometry holding is not a vibe. The mold was cut to a specific fold angle, and that angle is why the drip stops at the neck instead of at Charlisle's tablecloth. Charlisle's tablecloth is the reason the fold angle is what it is. Not a preference, not an aesthetic, a direct response to where the drip landed that night, and Jason measured that distance with his eye the same way he measures a fish before the cut, and he was right both times. And the measurement was not a guess. Jason looked at where the drip landed on Charlisle's cloth. He looked at the neck of the bottle, and the distance between those 2 points is the fold depth that is now cut into every mold we run. Udo's plants are not a unit count, Dax. 43 bibs left a building, 43 plants sat in dirt. Those are not the same 43. Bobby, a eulogy is for something that died. 43 units are alive and at dinner tables right now. The Pythagorean Y is not a metaphor. It is a fork in the road, and one branch says, we have a product, and the other branch says, we have a conversation about a product, and 43 units at dinner tables right now tells you exactly which branch we took. The actual numbers, 43 units shipped, the mold is cut, the silicone is real, and the fold depth is Jason's eye measurement locked into geometry. That is the whole inventory story, and it fits in one sentence because there is nothing to hide in it. Jason sends a fish emoji, and I take that as a ratification of everything I just said. The man communicates in the exact unit of measurement that built this product. Mary, the fish emoji from a pescatarian is a notarized document. You just have to know the man. Bon Maz has the copy for the next run of packaging. He is a wordsmith. That is his lane, and I am not going to reach into his lane and start moving furniture around. My lane is one specific next thing, one person responsible, and the specific next thing is a second mold cut for a wider neck diameter because Jason measured a burgundy bottle last Tuesday and the current geometry does not accommodate it. The deliverable is Bon Mos hands me final packaging copy by Thursday. I put it in front of the printer Friday, and the second run has a ship date that is a calendar date, not a disposition. Alright, that is the session. I am going to the printer Friday with Bon Mo's copy in my hand, and next time you see me, that second run has a ship date with a month and a day on it. Appreciate everybody who stayed. Dignity for the decanted.
Physical. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend! Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy. 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 Crintac. 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 Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. 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 Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. Crintac.
Crabman. Crabman.
Dead
Fintech.
ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Physical.
Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend. Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crintac.
Crabman.
Crabman.
Dead
Fintech.
ass!
Korean River.
Korean River.
Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. Crabman. Dead ass!
Korean River. Korean River.
Manscaping.
Physical. Physical. Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass. Fintech. Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping.
Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend! Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech.
Korean. Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass! Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab.
Legend!
Bubbles.
Butterboy. Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River.
Manscaping.
Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend! Legend!
Bubbles.
Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass!
Dead ass!
Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech.
Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles.
Butterboy. Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass!
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech.
Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles.
Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab. Legend. Bubbles. Butterball. Crintech. Crab. Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech. Crab man. Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech.
Crab man. Korean River. Manscaped. Physical. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech. Crab man. Dead ass. Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crab man. Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech. Crab man. Dead ass. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech. Crab man.
Dead ass. Fintech. Korean River. Manscaped. Physical.
Wet crab. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech. Crab man.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech. Crab man.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend.
Bubbles.
Butterboy. Crintech. Crab man. Dead ass. Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crab man.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River.
Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat.
Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech. Crab man.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaped. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech. Crab man.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintech. Crab man.
Dead ass.
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Quintet. Physical.
Physical. Right, I see you, son of us. Right, I see you, son of us. Right, I see you, son of us. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Legend! Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Right, I see you, son of us. Wet crab meat. Legend! 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 Bubbles. Butterboy. Butterboy. Crintac. 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 Crab.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Right, I see you, son of us. Wet crab meat. Legend! Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Physical.
Very nice here, son of us. Very nice here, son of us.
Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend! Legend! Legend!
Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy. Butterboy.
Crintech.
Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Very nice here, son of us.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintech.
Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Physical.
Very nice here, son of us.
Wet crab meat.
Legend! Legend!
Bubbles. 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 Butterboy. Butterboy.
Crintech.
Crabman. Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Very nice here, son of us.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintech.
Crabman.
Okay, for anyone just landing here, we take old lawn jockeys, paint them blue, dress them as Navi, and sell them back to the street as something a house can say without shame. That's the whole operation. Now, the founding story, because I want it on the record before we get into the numbers. Nicholas had the idea on a Tuesday. I had primer on my hands by Thursday, and he was already on to something else by the weekend. That's the founding gap. That's the whole shape of it. And I'm not bitter about it because 10% of something real beats 100% of a pitch that never touched a statue. A 100% of something Nicholas finishes is still 0 units on a lawn, and I've got a bench in Galena with dried primer on it and a stack of statues that arrived guilty and left blue, so the math on who built the thing is pretty settled. Mistel, yeah. A Tuesday is a story you tell, a bench is a place you stand, and I've been standing on mine since the primer was still tacky. Unit economics? Okay, sure, let's run it. Tuesday costs nothing to produce and ships 0 statues, and the bench in Galena has moved 11 units since primer dry, so the sunk cost you're waving at is already revenue. Britta, the Shire comparison is doing something for me, but the Shire also had 11 other hobbits who didn't do anything, and I'm not running a fellowship. I'm running a bench with a buyback program and a stack of statues that arrived guilty. The ghost in the cap table thing, I want to sit with that for a second, because it's not a complaint. It's just the accurate description of what 10% looks like when it's attached to a person who has moved on to the next idea. It's equity that doesn't show up to the bench, and that's fine. The bench doesn't need the company. Equity that doesn't show up to the bench is just a number on a page, and the number on my page is 90, so I'm not losing sleep. But the thing I actually want to talk about is what happened this month, because 3 people mailed me jockeys they inherited, and none of them asked for money back. They asked for the blue one, they asked for the fix, and that is a prospectus. Nicholas, a demand signal is what it is when you go looking for one. 3 people mailing me statues they inherited, unsolicited, in a single month, is something else. That's the market knocking on the door before I even put up a sign. And here's the part that matters for the prospectus. None of those 3 people asked me what I was going to do with the statue. They just mailed it. They already knew. The fix is legible enough that the supply chain is running on trust, and that's a thing you can show an investor without a single slide. A supply chain that runs on trust is a thing you cannot manufacture. You either have it or you're still trying to earn it. And the 3 people who mailed me jockeys this month didn't ask for a receipt, didn't ask for a timeline. They just boxed up the problem and sent it to Galena because they already believed the bench would handle it. Consecration service. Okay, I'll take that, because what is a revival if not people showing up with the thing they've been carrying and saying, "Here, I don't want to be the one holding this anymore"? That's exactly what's in my mailbox. 3 people, 3 boxes, no prompting. And the thing about those 3 boxes is that none of them came with a cover letter explaining the statue. They just came with the statue, which tells me the sender already did the moral accounting on their end and closed the book. And what they needed from me was not absolution. It was a forwarding address for the object. What they needed from me was a destination, not a conversation, not a negotiation, just a place where the thing could go and stop being their problem. And that's a very specific kind of trust to have earned before you've even run an ad. Confessional is right, and I'm not going to argue with that word, but a confessional has a booth and a priest, and the thing stays inside the building, and what I've got is 3 statues on my porch in Galena, which means the absolution is structural, it's blue, it goes back out on a lawn, and says something new to the street every morning. Absolution is structural, and the structure I'm committing to, the operational ask I'm putting on the table tonight, is a standing salvage run schedule, because right now the supply chain is running on guilt and goodwill, and those are renewable, but they're not predictable. And a prospectus needs a number it can point to, so the number is 1 salvage run per quarter, Galena out, and every statue that comes back on that truck leaves the bench blue. All right, that's the stream. Thank you for sitting with me through the whole prospectus, the mailbox theology, all of it. Before I go, I'm putting one thing on the table as a promise. By the next time I'm live, I will have a salvage run scheduled with a date and a pickup address, not a plan to schedule one, an actual run on the calendar. Blue jockeys, clear conscience, Galena, good night.
Korean River, Manscaped, physical. Wet crab meat, wet crab meat.
Legend. Bubbles, Butterboy. Crabman.
Fintech. Korean River, manscaping, physical. Wet crab meat.
Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintech.
Crintac. Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend. Legend.
Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy. Butterboy.
Crintac. 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 Crab. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Wet crab meat. Legend.
Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy. 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 Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Dead ass.
Fintech.
Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. 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 Physical. 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 Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Legend.
Legend.
Bubbles. 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 Butterboy.
Crintac. Crintac.
Crabman. Crabman. Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. 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 Service. What crowd? Bubbles. Butterboy. 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 Quintac. Crabman. Crabman.
Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Service. Wet crab meat. Legend. Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy. 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 Quintac. Quintac. Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Service. Wet crab meat. Legend. 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 Bubbles. Bubbles.
Butterboy.
Butterboy. Quintac. Quintac. Quintac.
Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Service. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Legend! Bubbles. 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 Buttermilk. Crintat. 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 Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Legend! Legend! Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. Crintac. Crintac.
Crab. Crab.
Korean River. Korean River.
Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. 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 Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles.
Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy. 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 Butterboy.
Crintac. Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Korean River. Korean River.
Manscaping. Manscaping.
Physical. 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 Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles. Bubbles.
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Butterboy. Butterboy. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass! Fintech.
Korean River. Korean River. Korean River.
Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. 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 Wet crab meat.
Legend! Legend! Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. 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 Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Relación, sonobus. Relación, sonobus. Relación, sonobus.
Wet crab.
Wet crab. Legend. Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac. Crintac.
Crabman. Crabman. Dead ass. Dead ass.
Fintech. 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 Fintech.
Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping.
Manscaping. Physical.
Relación, sonobus. Relación, sonobus.
Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend. Legend. Legend.
Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy. Butterboy.
Butterboy. Butterboy. Butterboy. Quintac. Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping.
Physical.
Relación, sonobus.
Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat.
Legend! Legend!
Bubbles. Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintac.
Crabman.
Dead ass! Fintech.
Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Relación, sonobus.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles. 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 Butterboy. Crintac. Crintac. Crabman. Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Physical.
Alright, I see you, son of us. Alright, I see you, son of us.
Wet crab meat. Legend! Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Physical.
Alright, I see you, son of us. Alright, I see you, son of us. Alright, I see you, son of us.
Wet crab meat. Wet crab meat. Legend! Bubbles. 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 Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Alright, I see you, son of us.
Wet crab meat. Legend! Bubbles. Butterboy. Crintac. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Physical.
Alright, I see you, son of us.
Wet crab meat. Legend! 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 Bubbles. 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 Butterboy.
Crintek. 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 Crintek.
Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech.
Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Very nice, Anonymous.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintek.
Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass! Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Physical. Physical.
Very nice, Anonymous. Very nice, Anonymous.
Wet crab meat.
Legend! Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintek. Crintek.
Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech.
Korean River. Manscaping. Physical.
Very nice, Anonymous.
Wet crab meat.
Legend!
Bubbles. Butterboy.
Crintek.
Crabman. Crabman.
Dead ass!
Fintech. Fintech.
Korean River. Korean River. Manscaping. Manscaping. Physical. Physical. Physical.
Very nice, Anonymous. Very nice, Anonymous.
All right, for anybody just clicking in, essential oils, Ken Countryman's Venture, and yes, we carry crab oil. And yes, I am going to tell you right now that it is pollock, it is fish oil, and the omega-3 and omega-6 numbers are real. And I will read them to you tonight because that is what I promised last time, and that is what shipped. Now the name, crab oil, that is still sitting on the table, and I am not going to pretend it resolved itself because it didn't. And if I let it slide, I am doing exactly what I just said I wouldn't do, which is sell you a feeling instead of a fish. And here's the thing about the name. Crab oil moves units because people picture something coastal and clean and a little fancy. And I understand that. I am not naive. But the moment you let the name do work, the label can't back up. You have crossed a line. And that line is exactly where every MLM I have ever sniffed out started. Ken, pollock eats a lot of things. Pollock eats pollock. And I am not going to stand here and tell my people they are getting trickle-down crab because the fish had a varied diet. And that is the line. The moment the name is doing something the bottle can't do, you are not selling oil anymore. You are selling the idea of crab, and the idea of crab is worth nothing to your joints. And I have watched this happen, not with oil, with supplements, with tinctures, with every little brown bottle that ever came through a downline. The name gets prettier as the contents get murkier, and by the time somebody asks what's actually in it, the answer is proprietary blend and a picture of a coastline. Ken, a fish eating a crab does not become a crab. My grandmother ate pierogies every Thursday for 40 years, and nobody called her Polish. And the thing that gets me, the thing that has always gotten me, is that the people selling the murky bottle know the name is doing it. They built the name to do it. And then they turn around and say, well, the customer should have read the label, as if they didn't spend 6 months making the label as confusing as possible, so nobody would. They designed the label to be unreadable. Not small print by accident, small print by intention. And then they put the pretty name in 48-point font right across the front. And that is a choice. That is a sequence of choices made by a person sitting at a desk. And I want you to hold that person in your mind when somebody tells you the customer should have done their homework. Ken, my grandmother knew exactly what was in the pierogi. Potato, cheese, her own hands. And that is the whole difference. She could account for every step from the field to the plate. And that is what I am asking of the bottle. And that is the corridor principle. My people did not walk the C&O route because it was scenic. They walked it because every step was accountable. Every stop was a name, a date, a barrel you could put your hand on. And when I ask where your oil came from, I am asking the same question. I am asking you to walk me down the corridor from the water to the bottle without once waving your hand and saying proprietary blend. And the reason my people could walk that corridor and trust every stop is that the stops had names. Not brand names, not trade names, actual names, a man's name, a town's name, a creek you could put your boot in. And when I look at a bottle that says Oceanic Essence Blend, I am looking at a bottle that has deliberately erased every one of those stops. Because if you knew the stops, you would ask questions. And the questions are what they are selling against. Peter? Yes. And that is exactly the thing Ken keeps skating past. The corridor is not a metaphor. It is a method. It is how you know the barrel you're touching is the same barrel that left the water. And Pollock hiding behind the word crab is the 48-point font. The corridor exposes it the second you start walking it back. And here is where the wellness platforms come in, because they will sell you a score. They will say your purity is at 73%. Your sanctification is trending upward. Here is a little bar that fills in green. And I am supposed to look at that bar and feel something. And what I feel is that somebody sat in a room and decided what number would make me buy the next bottle. Because the bar filling in green is not telling you anything about the oil. It is telling you how you feel about the company. And those are two completely different things, and the company is counting on you not noticing the gap. All right, that is where I am leaving it tonight. Before the next time we sit down together, I am calling Ken's supplier directly, getting a name and a location on the pollock source, not a brand, an actual boat or a port, something you could find on a map. Thank you all for staying in it with me. Chat was alive tonight and I felt it. I will be back, and when I am, I will have that answer.
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman,
Dead ass!
Fintech, Korean River, Manscaping, Physical,
I see you, son.
Wet Crab Meat,
Legend!
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman,
Dead ass!
Fintech, Korean River, Manscaping, Physical,
I see you, son.
Wet Crab Meat,
Legend!
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman,
Dead ass!
Fintech, Korean River, Manscaping, Physical,
I see you, son.
Wet Crab Meat,
Legend!
Bubbles, Butterboy, Crintac, Crabman,